You know, imagine the simplest life a person could live, right? It's like,
Hmm.
okay, so there's just, let's just say a farmer, right? The simplest life a farmer could live. There's a dude. He has some parents who like are farmers and they die and he becomes the head farmer. And he has a wife, he has a kid, he has a dog, he herds his sheep, he grows his food, he grows crops, he feeds his children and himself, and then he dies, and then the son of the farmer grows up, takes over the farm, and sort of repeats the same process, right?
Hmm.
And it's like that's okay. I think that's okay. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like I wouldn't consider that a wasted life. So I would say that's all it has to be.
Well,
You
yeah,
know what I mean?
it really boils down to just like yeah, I guess like family, or what, yeah, just family and whatnot.
And then but then I compare that to this like trajectory of human advancement, right? Like you could imagine for the rest of eternity, like let's say that the future of humanity never developed past like the peasant farmer. Just there's a farmer dad who raises a farmer child in a farming community, and they all just stay in this like like non-technologically advanced society or culture, right?
Hmm.
And that for the next infinity years, you just repeat the process. Father
Hmm.
farmer raises kids, the son takes over the farm, and just the same thing happens over and over again. And it's like, I think that's fine, but then you weigh that against like technological development, where you say, okay, humanity is like advancing, right? That's the word we use.
Hmm.
Humanity is advancing, and you got the type one like civilized, and like the type two and the type three is like science fiction authors laid out. It's like,
Yeah.
you got like harvesting chemicals, and then you got like harvesting solar energy, then you got the Dyson sphere, and
Hmm.
then the galaxy size, the whole sort of like getting better and better and improving. And it's like, is like is like which one do you think is like the right path? Is the concept of like developing technology as if there's some sort of goal we're like searching after, like the right like direction to head towards, or should we just like call it quits, live our lives like simply, you know, just
Hmm.
you know what I mean? Just like, should we all just be like, yeah, we got to figure it out. There's no need to strive towards anything besides just living. Like, we understand how to live a life. We know how to grow food, purify water, build shelters. We know how to take care of the necessities, right? Like food, water, shelter, company,
Uh-huh.
procreation. Like, is there any point in advancing past the point where the necessities are covered?
Well,
Are
that's the
we?
thing. So yeah, you are right about, the whole farmer thing, farmers down the line forever and ever, right? That's fine, right?
Uh-huh.
In an
It's
ideal
fine.
perfect world, that is perfect, right? That's perfect, right? But the thing is, we don't really live in like a perfect world. That's the thing. I think the reason why we have all this, science in the first place is because we're trying to get rid of suffering. Like that's the end goal of humanity. If I had to really guess.
Right.
And so I think so.
That sounds like mission accomplished though,
Yeah,
right?
but hear me out though.
Mission
I
accomplished. The
Yeah.
ending of suffering.
Yeah, because I think the end goal is to end up with the whole farmer thing, whatever, where we don't have to worry about, like, suffering, like, I don't know, someone getting ill or whatever, and then, you know, being sad about that, whatever. We don't have to worry about, discomforts and all that. We can live that perfect life, and we could do that forever. Yeah, I think that's what we're really trying to strive for. But yeah, we
Where's
have
the
to.
suffering on a farm?
I don't know.
Where's the
People get
suffering?
sick sometimes.
Disease.
Yeah,
D
disease.
disease. Like
Well, you'll
like
be
catching,
eating
like getting a
healthy food. You
flu.
won't be eating McDonald's, right? So you will have less
We don't
disease, correct?
we don't know if like at least I don't know. I'm not convinced that if people grow organic vegetables and eat super healthy foods that they'll never get sick. And it's also not to say that they won't ever stub their toe or break their leg. You know, like no matter what, even in a farming culture where like the process and the practice of like growing food and providing sustenance, you're still never going to avoid accidentally tripping off a cliff or a hill or falling down the stairs or
Dude,
being
if you ate
sleepy
if
or
you
you know.
ate mulberries, beet juice, you live to 256.
Yeah, and you don't stub your toe if you eat mulberries. You don't stub your toe.
Yeah,
You
but
don't break your leg. You
you're
don't do
still gonna stub your toe.
anything.
You know,
No, you
you're
don't.
still gonna stub your toe. You're still gonna fall. You're still gonna get old and fall over and break your hip. So there's like the whole idea of like removing suffering. In order to do that, you're gonna have to like I don't know inject your mind into like a virtual simulation where pain doesn't
But hang
exist.
on, look, hang on one second. On the farm, you won't have a high-speed accident where you break your ribs or break your neck. You won't OD on medical pills. You know, there's less stress, right? This is the good life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. By the way, I'm not disagreeing that that's not a good life. I'm just saying, like, yeah, the reason why we're doing all because, like, as Fundamental was saying earlier, that like, you know, why, why do we have two options? Why do we have one where we could do the farm life, or or why do we have like not why, but okay, I'm wording it weirdly, but basically, he was just wondering, what's wrong with the farm life, whatever, and I was just saying that nothing's wrong with it, but it's not.
Why strive for more? Why strive for more than covering the necessities? If we got the necessities covered, what's the point in striving for more? The
Yeah,
whole
and
sort of
yeah,
human advancement, in
yeah.
technology and all that.
Yeah, and then obviously the answer, or at least what I gave, was that just to remove the suffering, whatever. Like even if it's minor, what I'm saying, just or
Right.
yeah, just that's like the end goal. If I had to guess, that's what we're really working towards.
What are we after, you think? Like do you think we'll ever reach a point where we say enough is enough, like we reached our goal, like we're like you know the whole sort of thing where it's like no one's ever satisfied,
Hmm.
right? It's like, do you think that technology could ever advance so much that humanity is like, we did it, we're satisfied, that we have no more desire to become more advanced.
Uh,
We're as advanced as we could ever wish to be.
I yes, but I think at that point you would essentially be like God at that point. If you want me to be truly honest, I think what would happen is we would keep advancing technology to the point until we're literally controlling reality or whatever, and then at that point,
Right.
yeah, you wouldn't need anything else because you literally have everything.
And then and then it, and then it kind of sounds like you'd be bored at that point because
Well, no,
there'd be no struggle, there'd be no like challenge anymore. There'd be nothing to overcome. We conquered the universe, right? You're sort of talking about like conquering the universe itself, just
yeah,
being master of all.
yeah, but here's the thing: we'd be conquering more than just that. We'd also be conquering our minds as well. So that's where I
Right.
disagree with you. I think we would actually conquer boredom as well.
So eternal bliss, you're saying. The
Yeah,
ultimate goal is eternal bliss.
yes.
Don't you think that eternal bliss sounds kind of boring and that
As a
someone would
human,
be
it
like,
does sound boring, but obviously in that other state that I would in that eternal bliss state, I would not think that though. But as a human though, because we're the way we are, right? We do have a
some sort
weird,
of ultimate satisfaction?
yeah. But like, yeah, as a human, that sounds like, oh, that something about that doesn't sound right. Like I want like, struggle in my life. But once
Yeah,
again
yeah,
though,
I
that
want a
doesn't mean
challenge.
but that doesn't mean I'm right though. All right. For example, I could, for the sake of the argument, right, I could build a robot that thinks that, helping people is gross. Like, oh, I don't want to help people. That's gross.
Mm.
I want to kill people. That sounds awesome. That's the way to go. That doesn't mean they're right. It's just how they think. So I think it's the same thing with us humans, where we just have a wrong way of thinking. Like we're just pleased with a lot of
Mm.
things. I mean, think about it. Like when we come out, right? When we're first born, we're fucking crying. As humans, we want to just like be disappointed almost. You know what I'm saying? So I think in a way we have to kind of ascend past that. I think personally.
That's that's super interesting, and I totally get what you're pointing towards. I just imagine like once we get there, like I can't I can't really imagine what it would be like to really get there and then like live within it. It's
Mhm.
like this sort of ultimate satisfaction. Uh, it would have it kind of sounds like you'd have to sacrifice what makes a human. You'd
Yes,
have to sort of abandon your humanity and become something
more.
different,
Yeah.
more or at least different. And I'm not sure it's really like a virtue to like abandon your humanity. Although I get that that is what it would take.
Yeah, and by the
Like,
way, what you're saying here is actually kind of what, and not to be like that guy, like, oh, I write stories or whatever. But like, no, I mean, in a
uh
story that I've written, whatever, yeah, that's something like the characters that I have kind of do. Like, they don't want to abandon their humanity because they know if they ascend
right,
to a higher level, they're going to abandon that. Then a lot of the things that they cared for, they won't anymore. So yeah,
right,
there is a bit of that, like us being human, or we still want to hold on to that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's what makes us us. So
yeah.
it's interesting.
Yeah, if I went to heaven and everything would like there was like I love a good story, right? And every good
Hmm.
story has like a bad guy. And if I, if I went to heaven and we're all just getting along, then there'd be no like rivalry, there'd be no competition, there'd
Hmm.
be no like interaction or back and forth or sport, there'd be no sport, there'd be no battle, there'd be no like challenge. It's all just easy, it's just easy street. And I'd live there and I'd enjoy it. I have delicious meal after delicious meal. I'd have great conversation after great conversation. And after a certain point, I'd be like, I kind of miss the old ways. Like
Hmm.
I'd go to God and I'd say, "Hey man, I really like heaven. I like what you got going on here. It's a great place. It's the best place. Sorry, but would you mind incarnating me again? Because
Mm.
I kind of miss the things that life provides me that can't be provided in heaven. I kind of
Right.
miss the heartbreak and stuff. I'm feeling very like unstimulated here. I'm kind of I'm kind of bored.
I have
Like heaven sounds kind of boring,
Yeah,
you
I have
know?
a question though. I have a question though, right? So even though it's nice, and you're saying it's kind of boring though, right? The fact that you want to kind of have that conflict and all that, right?
Yeah.
You could argue that with the conflict, then would actually be an even greater experience for you, right? Because you want that, right? If you At the end of the day, if you really want that, right, then technically, if you weigh the two, heaven versus having a little bit of conflict, right, missing that, then technically, yeah, the one that has the conflict, because you like it better, that's the better one, right? So you could argue then, what if, heaven or whatever, or the ideal world, right? Where things are whatever, right? We could argue maybe that's, maybe there is conflict, whatever. Maybe there's just like the right balance of like good and bad
Mm,
to your liking, because you could always maximize that to some extent, right? If you're like, hey, I want to go back to Earth again, right? Then you could maybe that's within heaven, where you kind of just cycle back and forth for you. That's your personal heaven, where you go back to Earth
sure.
again. You experience the hardships, whatever. Then you experience heaven again, and then because you realize there's just there's not any conflict up there, you go back down to Earth again, and then the cycle continues, whatever. And that could be your personal heaven kind of thing. I don't know. I'm just trying to work with you right now.
Yeah,
But you could always think about it that way though. Like I feel like true, like if like a perfect heaven, like true, like bliss, whatever like would be the best things for that person,
personalized.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree with you.
It is crazy to
I
think
get I
about.
Yeah, and there's only one way to find out, and I suppose we'll all get there someday. No
Mm-hmm.
rush.
No rush, exactly.
I definitely don't advise anyone because like it's guaranteed. You're gonna see it for yourself eventually. Uh, but don't throw this opportunity away because that next thing that's gonna happen is it's gonna happen. I promise,
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, I mean, if we're all gonna die one day, there's no reason to rush it. I mean, it's gonna happen eventually, like you said. Yeah, so I think we should just enjoy our times right now and see what happens next.
Absolutely. See what kind of mark we can make.
Hmm.
What would you like? What would you like the world to be like?
Me?
Yeah. Do you have any sort of like big issues with the world right now?
No, I
Like you're like,
mean,
what would you like the world to be like?
I don't know. Honestly, that's a very vague question. It was a very open-ended kind of question because I feel like you can go
It
like
is.
a lot of places with that. Like, oh, like I could be like, okay, well, how do I want the world as it is now to change? Like okay, like but within this, like like because if it were up to me, obviously, things would be a lot more like fantastical. You know what I'm saying? Like we go balls off the wall.
Uh-huh.
But if it's just if we're kind of like staying in reality, whatever, then I don't know, just less suffering. So like I don't know, homeless people, I don't know, find them, get them, I don't know, a job or something and a house, whatever. I don't know. People who are starving, get them food or whatever. That's like the obvious answer, or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. That's
Mm.
a very very open question.
I think what I'd like is for like as much as possible, um, struggle and challenge and obstacles. I'd like for them to be as voluntary as possible. Like,
Hmm.
I'd like for everyone to be in the position where obstacles and challenges of really harsh scenarios or in ordeals that someone might be involved in. I'd like for them to be as voluntary as possible.
Hmm.
Like like everyone's fine. You got your food, you got your water, you got your company and all that, But I'd like for I just assume that if all the necessities like let's say there's like 9 billion people and there's 9 billion like life pods. Everyone gets their own pod.
Okay.
Every pod has like an infinite source of clean water, an infinite source of like delicious food, and you can sleep in it every night, right? So you got your food, shelter, water, all taken care of. And then I'd like for there to be like systems in place where it's like, okay, you can eat your food, you can drink your water, you can sleep, you're safe, you're totally safe, but there's like government systems in place with like specific challenges that you can volunteer yourself to like be um like involved in like voluntary challenges that you can sign up for
Hmm.
because I think that people wouldn't just choose to live a boring, stagnant, just like, oh,
Correct.
I live here, what I mean? I think
Hmm.
they'd voluntarily sign up for struggling,
Well, that's
you
why a
know?
lot of people are once again to bring it back. That's why at least I'm here or whatever because it's fun to have that challenge. To do some
Yeah,
discussions,
like those
debates, or
escape
whatever.
rooms.
Yeah,
Those
exactly.
escape
That's
rooms,
why we
right?
have 5'6" dudes with small dicks. It's hard to make it like that. Hard to get chicks. More challenging.
Okay. All
But
right.
yeah, people love challenge though. That I do agree with that for sure. That's why once again I am here because, and a lot of people are here, both sides. It's because there's fun and challenge. There is. There really is. It's once again though. I do think though it's because we're human, and that's why we love it. We love challenge, and can't really
You,
take that away from us.
you ever seen the X-Men cartoon, I think, where they have like a virtual reality like training room where they can like go and like uh like they can get stabbed, but they're only getting stabbed by like a hologram, and when they die, like the simulation ends and they're perfectly fine. They're unharmed, right? But
Hmm.
like they get put into this room where they can like train and stuff, and they can like go against like opponents, and they may win, they may lose, there's no guarantee they'll succeed or fail, but they
Hmm.
can like voluntarily subject themselves to this like training scenario. And like when they lose, they put themselves into like a mock simulated scenario of like a life and death situation, but when they get killed by their opponent and they lose the fight, they sort of feel it for an instant, but
Hmm.
then whenever they die, the simulation ends and they're just returned back to their normal healthy state, you know, and
Wait,
they
so
can
are you sort of alluding that maybe that's what the human experience is? Maybe we're like
maybe I
we're
wasn't, but I see what
okay.
you're saying.
Yeah, like maybe
No, I
we're
see
like
what you're saying though.
yeah, like maybe like
It
we're
could it
gods
it
or
could
something,
be
and we're
that.
purposely giving ourselves a challenge or something by living this life, some shit like that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, God put himself into a holographic training simulator room, and he's just having fun. And then maybe like the extinction of all life is the equivalent to like failing the test or
Hmm.
something. But
Yeah.
then then the other question is like what would be like what would be the scenario deemed as a success? And that's what I was saying earlier.
Hmm.
Um, is life a mission that can ever have a mission accomplished? And then would mission accomplish mean that reality ends? Does
Mm.
reality exist to accomplish a goal? And if that goal was accomplished, would reality cease to exist? Simulation ends, like like you know what I mean? Like end credits to a video game, right? You
Yeah.
beat the video game, end credits, game over.
Maybe
Because there's two types of game over, right?
there's
There's you die, game over, and then there's
hmm
you beat the game, game
game over.
over.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's there's two different game overs.
That's how Monkey Ball is, right? There's a game the Sega made called Monkey Ball. When you
Yeah,
win,
yeah,
it
yeah.
literally just says game over, and it's like, well, okay, like you're right, but it just feels a little weird getting the game over screen though when you win though. But I
When
get
you
what you're
win,
saying. Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. You totally get it. It's the same thing though, It's the same thing.
Hmm.
Success or failure both result in game over.
Hmm. That is interesting. Maybe it
But
could be that
then,
way.
but then, what do you do when you fail? You try again. What do you do when you succeed and accomplish game over the successful way? Well,
Hmm.
I'd imagine you just start over again. I mean,
Maybe.
or play a different game.
Mm.
If when you beat one game,
That's yeah.
you
The next one.
you
Yep.
pop a yeah, next game. Let's see if I can beat this one now.
Yeah. Oh, that could be a good one. Yeah. So maybe yeah. That's the game for this, where for it's to reach that whatever I forgot what you called it, but mission accomplished whatever for this, and then once we're done with that, it's a totally different universe with totally different rules and
That's what
shit.
I'm hoping for, dude. That's
That would.
exactly what I'm hoping for. Like that's my favorite scenario. That
Mm.
if there's let's say that like we create artificial or general artificial AGI, right?
Hmm. Yep.
Say we do that, God just says, level one completed. Moving on to level two. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that's the end goal of this game, to like advance technologically to the point where we create life, and then
Mm.
it's like mission accomplished, on to level two, and we're thrown into a whole new scenario from scratch, just thrown, right into the next game. Cause I don't know, I don't even know what could happen next, but I'd love to see it.
Yeah. It would be beyond our comprehension if assuming it's not like a
Yeah.
similar scenario, you know what I'm saying? Because like if it's a similar thing where it's like, okay, you're living and then whatever, but it could be like totally beyond anything we could possibly imagine, and that's just crazy to think about.
And I'd hope so. I would be dissatisfied with anything less.
Hmm.
I would want it to be something completely unexpected. You know?
Yeah, it could be, but I mean, like really, like I mean, like out of just like, because like okay, obviously there's some people who are like born blind, or some people who are just like they only see like what is it, the color blind, right? Where they just don't know that other color, right? Like for them, if you showed them the colors that they never saw, right, that they were missing, it's like a totally new experience, pretty much, right? It's like, oh wow, that's crazy. And the same thing for like a blind person, like a totally blind person. If you gave them sight, it's like just totally new. There could be things out there that are like that, like giving a blind person sight, like it's like giving us like a new like sense or something. It could be like there could be worlds beyond our comprehension. I'm telling you, they could just be like we just don't know because we're limited to this experience. So yeah, who knows? It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Like inventing a new color or discovering a new color. But I'm getting a message to pass the mic, so I'll I probably should. So I'm gonna just take a back seat for now and let some other people talk. Nice talking to you, Arma.
Of course, it's always a pleasure. All right, who wants to take the mic now? You don't like hard mode. So Glober's been talking simulation theory recently. What? What are they talking about? I see the stream right now. I'm looking at the stream, whatever. On YouTube. Someone's like, Glober's been talking simulation theory recently. You're not a Glober. Fundy's not a Glober. They're silly. Just because you're not like going with the basic flat Earth narrative doesn't mean you're not a flat Earth or whatever. You're a flat Earther. You just have your own thing, whatever. These guys in the chat are just being stupid. Actually, I probably shouldn't say that. It's but yeah. Look at this. TMM. Simulation theory cannot be proven ever. Lol. Director's cut. Yep. Fun. All right.
Trump is going to bring out the flat Earth in 2024.
Oh, I can't wait. Let's see. He's gonna bring out the flat Earth. Well, let's see. It's gonna be crazy. He's like, everyone, the Earth is flat. I can't really do a Trump impression, but I could see that though. And I'll be like, oh shit, I never knew.
He's going to go, I did more flying than anybody. Take it from me. It's flat. It's flat.
It's flat. It's flat. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. If he does that, I'll shit my pants. All right. But I doubt it. But we'll see. The Earth is flat. That would be interesting. You never know, though. I'll give you that. Maybe it is.
Let's be real. You shit your pants if he wins.
No, I would if the globe was the globe, right? I'd just be like, I wouldn't shit my pants, but I'd be like, well, now the flat earthers know. I wouldn't rub it in you guys' faces though, 'cause that's a little rude and fucked up. But I'd be like, well, this journey's over now. I do have to move on to a new journey, a new hobby or whatever. Because this is technically a hobby for me. So if it was ever like 100% proven, like oh yeah, you can get like a ride to like I don't know, like really high up there or the moon, whatever, and then there's no way a flat earther can debate it, then I'm like, okay, yeah, that's the end of this discussion. I mean, I literally would have to move on because I'm not, what I'm saying, like there's nothing left to really discuss. So I'd be like, okay, well, next thing.
Trump made Space Force. I mean, he endorsed Space Force. So to show that they don't do anything. So it's subtle. It's a subtle way to expose the entertainment and lies of NASA.
Maybe. Wait, what the hell's going on? Oh, that's draft. Okay. me make that line. Yeah, I'm just sort of like talking and also drawing right now because I'm doing a storyboard for an animation project. So don't mind me if I'm talking to myself right now. But yeah, maybe yeah, Space Force, is that there because yeah, maybe it is Trump saying, subtly saying, oh yeah, there's nothing going on in space because there is no space. But I highly doubt it. But then again, I don't even know what Space Force did. Like, what do you? I'll be honest, I haven't even looked into it, so I don't even know if it's like, yeah, Space Force.
I saw the Netflix special, Space Force. It's quite revealing.
Space Force. Do.
I mean, think about it. What do they do besides twiddle their thumbs? They don't do anything. They don't go to space. What are they doing? Dress up in a uniform and do what?
You might be onto something.
Now, if they had like a brand new ISS but bigger and better, building it, showing how it puts together, showing how it goes actually into space, which is what we don't have for the ISS, that might be, something more convincing. But it's like opposite that. We're getting nothing from them. We're getting nothing new. Artemis is fake.
I totally want to see a space station. I mean, you're gonna have to work with me here, right? Because I know you don't believe in like space, but just work with me here for a second, right? I totally want to see a space station where they do the centrifugal forces, whatever, right? So it's like they like simulate artificial gravity, because for one, that'd be pretty cool. But two, I think, and I could be wrong, but I think it would be actually pretty easy for someone to also float around, I think, because I think with centrifugal, well, then again, I think the air might also act though. So I don't know. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm. Never mind. I think that works without an atmosphere. If you have an atmosphere, then you can't really go against it. So I was going to say, if you have like a centrifugal like space station, whatever, right? I think in order for you to quote unquote orbit in that, you would just have to jump in the opposite direction of the rotation or something, which will cancel out your motion, or whatever, and then you would be essentially doing a weird orbit thing. But I don't know. That's fucking weird though. But that would still be cool though. I think a fucking space station where they had the centrifugal forces, whatever, giving you artificial gravity, that'd be pretty fucking sick. All right, that's all I gotta say. That'd be cool.
You mean like those movies where they have that big loop and then they're going on that loop and then that it goes around and that
Yeah, it's like a giant circle.
Replica of Earth's gravity, right?
Yeah, like a giant circle, whatever, and it just like spins. Like,
But you know what? But it's like a Ferris wheel, right? You know what happens when the power turns off, right? We lose our electricity. People fall down.
Well, the thing is, I think with that though, you don't have to worry about that because the idea would be because it's high up, not necessarily in space, but practically in space. Because I know in the globe model, it's the edge of space is like what, like 70 miles or some shit like that. I forget, or maybe it's a little higher than that. But point is, up there, you wouldn't have to worry about really fueling the spin. I don't think because it would just spin indefinitely. So. Although I do wonder though, because I feel like if you're not fueling the spin, then people colliding with the thing, I feel like slowly would slow down the spin though. So you might still have to fuel it a little bit. But I don't think it would.
You're right, Arma.
Yeah, I mean, because I mean,
Like people running, like if someone like if there was like a ring just like spinning freely, and then someone was like jogging upon it in that artificial gravity, they would like slow down the rotation of that ring by like doing like a jogging laps around it
yeah,
because they'd have to like push it off against it in the opposite direction.
exactly. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Fair enough. Yeah, because I know with once again, just work with me, guys. All right, with the globe, model, whatever, the whole globe narrative. The idea is that the Earth is just way too fucking big, and too massive for us to matter and slow it down. But yeah, with the space station though, it's a lot smaller, a lot less heavy, whatever. And so yeah, we would naturally just slow it down, and we could probably do that within like a few days or something. So you would have to find a way to fuel that spin a little bit. If I had to guess, I don't know the actual math for it,
Oh,
but yeah.
are you talking about if like say like every human decided to like walk eastward, like we all just like lined up side by side and started jogging eastward, we could stop the rotation of the Earth.
Well, I mean, that would probably take like
Yeah, long,
thousands
yeah,
of years. Yeah, it
yeah,
would
yeah,
be.
sure, but that's the same concept, right?
Yeah, but because with the space station though, it'd be a lot faster though, because it's so less massive. So
Right, right.
it's easier to lose its momentum or whatever. It's spinning because we have a closer weight to it than we do to the Earth, whatever. So like as you could imagine, like
Right.
it would take maybe like a few days to like probably really slow it down, whatever. So there would have to be a way to I guess to feel the spin, but probably not a crazy amount of energy though. It's like so I imagine if the whatever it is that's spinning the space station, if that like died, what would probably happen is it would still spin, but people in that space station would probably realize, oh man, the gravity's starting to like slowly like lose its strength or whatever, something like that probably, where it's like, and it would do
You
that
know
maybe
how
for
they counteract that though, right?
what?
So like you'd need a motor, of course, to like keep it spinning at a constant rate to compensate for the people that
Oh,
doing their, but you know how they would do that, right? There is a way to counteract it.
how?
You put a motor in between um some other like counterbalance, and that one can that one can spin in the opposite direction.
Opposite direction. Um, I'm not sure if I'm exactly following.
Okay, so imagine this, right? Two people two people are like hugging in free space,
Okay.
right? How does one propel themselves backwards? Uh they like two people hugging, if they wanted to separate from each other, they'd both
Uh,
like push their feet and their hands, like they'd like jump off of each other,
yeah.
right? And so the way that one thing can be propelled to spin clockwise would be being attached to something else that could spin counterclockwise with a motor in between them.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. I see what you mean now. Yeah, right. Yeah, because I was going to say, yeah, the motor can't be on its own. Like if the motor was just like a weird like little thing,
It would
whatever.
spin with it. Yeah, it would have no torque. It'd have nothing to like push off of.
Well, not even that. If it weighed less than the actual station, then it would be the thing that would spin for the most part. Unless if it was heavier, then it's the other way around, where the lighter thing, the station at that point would be spinning for the most part. But yeah, yeah, exactly. So, but if you had two stations sort of attached to each other by a motor or something, right? You
In
would
the
have
middle,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, you would have one station spinning one way, the other station spinning the other way, and then the motor in between. It's yeah, it would do it. Yeah, okay. Assuming I got that right. That would,
Here's a simple way of putting it, right? Um, if two people were like if they're like sort of in a 69 position, right? Like where like I'm
yeah.
like I or more so like my eyes are looking at your feet and
Hmm.
your eyes are looking at my feet. We could
Hmm.
both like take each other, we could grab each other's shins
Hmm.
and throw, and I would throw your shin, like I would grab your shins of your legs with my hands. I'd
Hmm.
throw your shins to the left and you'd throw my shins to the left, and we'd both rotate opposite directions.
Yeah.
And then once we like do one full rotation, we could push off of each other's shins once again once we rotate one full time, and we
Hmm.
could like continuously like speed each other up by like pushing
Mm.
off of each other and like spinning in opposite directions.
Oh, look at that.
Because you could, I mean, that makes sense, right? Like
Yeah.
two two people could spin themselves increasingly more and more faster by just pushing off of each other. as
but of
long
course,
as
yeah, as long as they
yeah,
could keep up though, because I mean, obviously, it would get to a point where you might spin
right.
too fast to where you can't. It's kind of like, yeah, like you'd be like
When
trying
you're
to like,
when you're riding downhill on a bike and you're trying to pedal, but you're
yeah,
like pedaling can't keep up with the pace you're already traveling, and
exactly.
like you, yeah, 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 yeah. It all come down to like the force and the speed you can like push the other person with, and you would reach a sort of like terminal velocity based on like your like strength.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean that's the whole way it would work with a motor. If you wanted to like sustain some sort of like artificial gravity, all you would need is like a counterbalance like piece of the space station that spins the opposite direction
Hmm.
to the one that you're like experiencing the artificial gravity inside of.
Yeah, yeah, that exactly. That would be one of the, yeah, good way to do that. Another way you could do it though, I think, is like if you don't want like a counter thing, right? Is I think,
Mm,
although you would have to make sure you're firing all those at the same time though. But if you had like little like, like rockets or boosters, whatever you want to call them, right? Like on like the
sure.
wheel itself, but like, and you spread them out evenly, but you would have to make sure they fire all at the same time, because if one was off, whatever, then obviously there's a bit of like, it's not going to be
Sure.
quite the same. But if they're all shooting at the same time, all angled in such a way where it'll spin it, right? Then that could also work
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that could work. Either way, fuel is being spent, but you're right. There's two options.
I guess in terms of though, because for the rockets you would need to use fuel for that. I guess that's not the best, like, because with at least with the motor you can just use, well, once again, just work with me here, right? Because we're,
It'd be more fuel efficient with the motor with the counterbalance thing,
yeah,
but
because
yeah,
you can always use, like, I don't know. I mean, granted, this is kind of pushing it because I don't.
you could use
It,
solar power,
exactly, I was gonna
honestly,
say
for
that. Yeah, I
that
was gonna
one.
say like a solar power, exactly. So you don't exactly need fuel, whatever. But it also depends on
Right.
how much energy it uses. Because if it uses a lot of energy, then solar power might not be enough. You know what I'm saying? Solar power, you have, obviously, like, you obviously can't get an infinite amount of solar energy in like 1 second. You get a limited amount in a second
Right.
or so, right? So it all depends on if the station, doesn't use too much energy. If it uses the right amount, then solar power would be perfect for that. That would be awesome. It'd be self fueling, if you wanted to call it that.
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah,
neat.
yeah. The whole like motor in between two like counterbalancing, counter rotating
Hmm.
things, that could be solar powered like indefinitely, while the whole fuel thing with like an actual like rocket propellant sort of
Hmm.
thing, that would just run out whenever the fuel runs out, like
Yeah.
the jet fuel, which is not as sustainable, but it would work for a certain amount of time. I mean, yeah, it would
Hmm.
work for, but the motor thing I think is the more like sustainable option.
Yeah. Exactly.
Maybe there's a third one too that neither of us are imagining yet,
Yeah. Thinking of
but
it.
most things do come in threes. So
Mm.
uh so there probably is a third option that neither of us have thought of so far.
Maybe. I'm trying to think if, yeah, I don't really know if they, like, what it could be, because I mean, I know of, like, yeah, motors, I know of, like, rockets or whatever, but third one, I'm just trying to think. Let me see. I personally can't think of anything, I'll be honest. Nothing comes to
Uh,
mind.
I, I I think the third option would be toroidal.
Toroidal.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um
You
just
might
in
have to
the sake of not having two separate, like just in the sake of like not having two separate parts, like I really don't know if I'll be able to explain this with words, but if you take like a hose, okay,
uh-huh.
like I have this garden hose, right? And um one side is like the spout and one side is like the hookup link that like screws on to a faucet.
Hmm.
But I have this hose where one the whole the sort of like spinning uh like sort of screw on side, it can actually connect to the spout side, and you can actually just like connect one end to the other and like screw it onto itself so that it just makes like just like a circle, right?
Hmm.
Just and you know what happens when you put a twist in a circle? It becomes like a figure eight, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you take that figure eight and you fold it in half, right? So now you have a loop on top of another loop, right? It's
Yeah.
like you can actually take those loops of a hose and rotate them in either direction into each other. And this is where I'm saying like I really don't know if I don't know if I'm articulate enough to explain this, but that geometry of like a single loop twisted into a figure eight and then bent in half,
Hmm.
it it I mean I could show you on camera or whatever, but you can actually like take one loop, pull it through the other one, and now the one you pulled from the bottom through the middle of the other one, it's
Hmm.
now on top and the other one is on bottom. But the thing is, it doesn't become like knotted. It doesn't like knot when you do that. You can then reach through the one on top and pull the bottom one through the
Uh-huh.
center of the top one, and it's just like a continuous like toroidal exchange. And they're
I think I kind of picture I kind of picture it. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
it's so strange. It's so hard to even like explain with words, but that would be that would be like I think the third option of artificial gravity where there's just this like toroidal thing where it's not like two separate things with a motor between them,
Hmm.
you know? It's just this one continuous thing sort of there'd still be some sort of solar powered,
Yeah. Part to
engine.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, there'd still be something like that involved, but it wouldn't be separated at all. It would just be like it'd just be very similar to the way like a snake slithers
Yeah.
because like it like I don't know the last time you've watched a snake slither, but it's really trippy. It's like it all it does is like undulate like it just like all it does is provide like a sort of powering of like moving its body parts left to right,
Hmm.
but it results in like forward momentum. It isn't actually pushing forward. It's only like pushing side to side,
Yeah.
but it still propagates that way. Uh, or just like have you ever has Dysel ever shown you the like the spiral shaped root?
Spiral shaped root.
Yeah.
I don't think I have. I don't think I've seen that. I don't think he's shown me.
So there's this hoax. I fell for it. Dyslo fell for it. A lot of people fell for it,
Hmm.
where it's this spiral shaped root, and it's maybe like 2 foot long. It's only 1 foot long, from front to end, but in like its total length, if it were like stretched out straight, it'd be like
Hmm.
2 feet long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh, but it's just like it's pretty much a wire, but it's like a root. It's just like a single sort of strand or rod or whatever you want to call it, wire, and it's in a spiral pattern. And there was this hoax online where if you put this root in a flowing river, it will propagate itself upstream based on its geometry.
Hmm.
Or like if you put this root in a waterfall, it would climb the waterfall. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually
And
sounds. I feel like that sounds familiar. I might have actually seen that.
and
So-
of course it's impossible. I really wish it to be true, but it is impossible and it is a hoax. The truth is that there's like a really thin like a wire or like string attached to the front of it. And so someone will stand on the shore of a river and they have like the very tip of the spiral shaped root attached, they'll have a string attached to the very tip of it, and
Mhm.
they'll walk upstream and they'll pull the root behind them. And because it's a spiral shape, it'll spin as the water passes through it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it kind of gives the illusion that it's like powering itself upstream just because like the string is so thin the
Mm-hmm.
camera can't like detect it, like you can't see it in the resolution of the YouTube video. um but there's this whole I I'm not sure if I really have much to say right now other than just like finding the video and sending it to you, so it would take that for me to say more, but I will end with this real quick. um I've been saying this for a long time. Spinning, like rotation is the root of all magic.
Mm.
To me, there's nothing more miraculous, like nothing more incredible than this spinning, this thing that we call rotation or spinning.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably like the most like magical thing that exists. It's at the root of all magical seeming things.
I think I kind of get what
And
you're
that's
getting at.
why there's Globers.
Okay. Calm down now. But no, I get where you're getting at though. Yeah, there is
Like
something like.
just imagine like a spinning top, right? Like obviously a top, like a spinning top, it'll just fall over immediately. Like you set it on the ground, you don't spin it, right? Like a spinning top,
Mm-hmm.
you set it on this point, you don't spin it, it's gonna fall over.
Mm-hmm.
And it like imagine someone who had never seen a spinning top before. I'm like, okay, I have this very top heavy thing, right? I have this
Mm-hmm.
very top heavy object, and I'm going to balance it for the next 5 minutes on a
Mm-hmm.
single point, and it's not going to fall over. And they'd say, bullshit. How is something balanced on a single point not going to fall over? And I'll say, not only is it not going to fall over, you can even like push it, and it's still going to like self-correct. You know what I
Mm.
mean? This top-heavy object. You can even try to push it over, and it'll resist falling over. It'll even like reorientate itself to standing upright and straight. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Because you know how you can like take a top and spin it, and obviously it'll spin and not fall over, and you can even like flick it with your finger or something, and
Yeah, it's
it'll
kind of
like
like
jog.
I think I've seen a video like that. But it was less of a top and more of like a almost like a self-made gyro kind of. But it wasn't really a gyro. It was I forgot what it was. I think it was like a tire or something. But they spinned it though. Yeah, and then when you try to like move it, just like self-orientates. Like it just self my bad. It self-corrects whatever and it's just it is pretty neat. It's like, geez, how does that do that?
Yeah, there's even these inventions where there's like these perfectly shaped cubes, these like metal cubes, and they have three spinning motors inside of them, and these like metal cubes can balance on one single point of their corner,
Hmm.
right? And you can like blow on it, you can like try to like hit it, and the spinning motors inside of it will like adjust to make sure the like this like cube, you know what I mean, it's like a metal cube, it just looks like a metal cube, but it balances perfectly on one single point of its
Hmm.
corner, because there's like three different motors spinning inside of it, and it like has like the ability to like adjust for like any sort of like stimulus that tries to knock it over,
Hmm.
and it'll like adjust and like still like reorientate itself, and it's like, it looks like from the outside it's like, wow, that's magic, you know like a like that's incredible, like how is it doing that, how in the world is this cube balancing on its edge even when you try to knock it over. Same thing for like what were those inventions that failed? The two-wheeled chariot scooter things? What
Uh,
Segway? Oh, Segways, right?
Segways? Maybe.
You know Segways?
I mean, that sounds well. I mean, the when you said two-wheeled chariot, that sounded familiar though. But I'm gonna have to look it up real fast. Hold on. Segway.
Oh, yeah, they were a big thing for like 7 years straight. They were like a really big attraction. Like people would take like Segway tours around town and
Oh, I
stuff.
see. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, those. Yeah.
And when they're turned on, right? When a Segway is turned on, it isn't like if it's turned off, it'll just fall over because it has like a
Yep.
handlebar neck and then it has two wheels underneath it. When it's turned on, it'll balance and stay upright. But if you like power it off, it'll fall flat on its face.
Yeah.
You know, it it, it it's always using this like
I was gonna make.
two like rotational motors spinning inside of it at all times in order to like keep itself upright.
Mhm. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
There's just all sorts of miracle. I mean, they're not miracles. I mean, they're like they can be physically understood and all with physics and all, but like spinning, man, it's the root of all magic. I mean, imagine if I told you, "Hey, I can stand horizontally on a wall." You'd be like, "No, that's magic, right?" And I'm like, "No, I can walk up a wall." And you've seen like the gravitron machines, right? Where like they
Yep.
spin you in like a centrifuge.
Mhm.
Boom, magic. I can like imagine like a 100-foot tall uh, gravitron, right? You can walk up the wall,
That would be cool
right?
as hell. Yep.
And there's no reason like that's not like implausible or impossible to any extent, right? That's just like a legitimately possible thing. A
Mhm.
100-foot gravitron, yeah, you could just walk. The orientation of your body would be horizontal and level, and you would
Mhm.
just walk straight up a wall. And someone would be like, "Oh my God, that's magic. How are you doing that?" And I'd say, "Spinning, bro. Spinning is the root of all magic."
Hold on. Yeah. I mean, well, let me also do the actualize. I guess to also tie it into to once again the globe narrative or whatever, right? I'll call it that for the sake of whatever, right? You're right. Spinning is weird because from my knowledge, once again on the globe narrative, just work with me here, right? From my knowledge, uh like all motion is like relative and all that, but when it comes to rotations though, that isn't because once you start
Different
to
story.
is
It's
a different
not
story.
relative in a sense.
Because if it was, then you instantly get like faster than light, things,
Right.
and that breaks everything. So spinning really is like this, no matter what narrative you're doing, whether it be the
I know
globe narrative.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's like if you want to imagine that someone on the equator is stationary and that the Earth is actually rotating around them, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Then that means the sun from that relativistic position is spinning, at the distance it is in order to do like a lap around them is like we're already breaking the speed of light, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. That's like relativity and spinning like do not get along because you just in a few certain orbital patterns you're already having objects traveling like twice the speed of light.
Mhm.
Like
Exactly.
that like position can't be entertained if you imagine that like, oh, like relatively I want to claim that this thing is stationary, and instead of it, and instead of a person um traveling 24,000 miles around the center of the earth, in 24 hours, it's actually the earth rotating around them in 24 hours, and
Mhm.
they're the ones that are at the center of rotation.
Mhm. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm happy you said that, man, because yeah, I feel like rotation throws a big wrench in the theory of relativity.
Yeah, rotation is just it's a really weird thing. I'll give you that.
I think that there's only two, like Ken Wheeler said this in his own way of putting it, but he said there's two constituent geometries of the universe, the hyperboloid and the toroid. But I would rephrase that as there's two archetypes of motion. And I find it to be really true in the geometry of almost anything. There's linear and there's angular, or there's straight and there's curved, or there's toroidal and there's hyperboloidal, or there's turning and there's pulsing. Those would be like the four ways I would kind of just say the same thing in a different manner. But I think it holds true. There's really there's just like, like straight versus curved.
Which is funny because that's once again to tie it into this. I know this is a little. It's not exactly irrelevant, but it's also like this is kind of a stretch for me. But I was gonna say that's kind of what these debates are about too. When you think about it, straight versus curved.
Flat versus globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's why it's such a serious debate, because it really does boil down into two sort of options.
hmm
Let me check the messages. Is anyone telling me to pass the mic or to shut up?
Now Godric sent a video though, I think, or a TikTok thing of a snake swallows entire deer. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna watch that, Godric. I'm trying to protect my soul here. Some people at work, they're like, "Oh my God, you gotta watch this new Netflix show that came out called You." There's this dude, and he's like raping all these women and like murdering them after he rapes them. Oh man, you gotta see it. It's so great. And I'm like,
It's like,
I,
no.
I'm not going to watch that show. And they're like, "Why not?" I'm like, I don't want to corrupt my soul, man. There's just some things I don't want to see.
hmm
I really do, like, I'm sure you can tell, but I really do like boiling things down or like distilling them, just getting a grip on like what is basic? What can all people agree upon? What are just some fundamental things that there's no disagreement about, like the platonic solids.
Mm.
Like there's five, and take your best shot at claiming there's any more than five. There just isn't, you know? Like there are some things about reality that are just sort of set in stone. And I like to like collect those sorts of things. I like to collect those sorts of understandings. And a lot of them are basic, like it takes like a triangle, right? Like a triangle is the first polygon. You're not going to have a polygon with less than three sides. The triangle is number one. It's the
hmm
first.
Yep.
You got to have three sides to make a shape. There's five platonic solids. There's two archetypes of geometry, linear and angular. There's two archetypes of motion, toroidal and hyperboloidal. I just like collecting these sorts of things.
You know what's really cool about the sides and shit like that, right? So yeah, the to make a polygon, right, or a 2D shape or whatever, right? Or okay, let's say polygon, yeah, polygon. So to make a polygon, you need three sides. To make a line, you need 2 points, right? So 2 points for a line,
Right.
3 sides for a polygon. But for 3D shape, you need 4 faces to make a 3D shape.
Right. That's the first platonic solid. That's the tetrahedron.
Yeah, so I wonder if you keep going up. And granted, 40 at that point is beyond, whatever. But I don't know. It's
Oh
just
yeah,
kind of cool how it
there's an
goes up, though.
algorithm for it and all. Yeah, I mean, you can take that understanding and like you know, mathematically like express that in like higher dimensions and stuff, right?
Mhm.
I I don't I've never put any serious time or thought into that because I
Yeah.
know that it's just like mathematical like elaborations at that point, and it's consistent and all. It's great. It's totally accurate if you know when you imagine it that way. And I don't know, I like thinking about it a little bit, but it's not like a big fascination of mine.
Mhm.
Like what's the minimum amount of sides required for a polygon in fourth dimensional or sixth dimensional space? You know, it's like, oh, you can have a one-sided polygon in six dimensional space or something. It's like, okay, yeah, cool. It makes sense, I guess. What what do you think? Is there anything you could point out about reality that comes in a certain amount or fashion or style?
Uh, hold on. What was that again? You said what? What was that?
Is there anything else you could name that comes in a specific amount or style? And
Um,
it's just how it is, no like no debate about it. It's just like a fundamental basic fact.
hmm. Not really. I mean, I know there's the whole like duality thing, but I think I talked about that to you last time, though, like how things are either are or not or whatever. So you got that duality naturally, like light and dark, and but I think we talked about that
Mm.
last time. I think though. So I mean, not to tread old,
Yeah,
yeah.
right on, right on. How about how about the minimum? I think it's just sort of like one of these basics that the minimum any amount can be is one. One is the least there can be of anything.
Hmm, that's true.
Like there is no such thing as less than one of anything.
Yeah, because you could always treat that thing as one. So
Exactly. Like you have like a half of an apple. I could still call that one half of an apple.
yeah.
That half of an apple is one half of an apple. Yeah. So yeah, that's just that's just what I'd also add to that list. That the minimum anything can be is one.
Mm-hmm. Good. Gotta get this done quickly.
Have you ever heard a comparison of a book to a person?
A book to a person. Hmm. I don't think I have.
I heard someone say um, about 2 months ago that both a book and a person both have a spine,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I heard that.
and
Oh.
and then as long as it's a leather bound book, which is sort of traditional in a sense,
Mhm.
um, like a book is covered in skin if it's like a leather bound book.
Mm, that's true.
So and then I forget the poetic direction that the person who told me both these things took it in, but the other part of it is like, there's a, like I can't really argue this last point correctly, but something like, and then there's like information inside or like a story inside of it. That one I can't really explain. I forget what the point was, but I think you can kind of get
Get the
where I'm
gist of what.
heading towards.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Like every person has their story,
Hmm.
Every book has a story inside of it. It has a spine. It's bound in, leather. It doesn't have to be, of course. Every page, like the chapters of your life,
Yep.
the turn a new page every day sort of thing. I've thought about maybe in a fictional story I might write where say like every person like there's some sort of library, and for every person who's ever lived, there's a book in that library with that person's story written in it.
Mm, I like that.
Like for every person there's like a, what do
Dude,
you
that's a
call it,
Twilight Zone episode.
like a
I'm
corresponding
serious.
book.
I'm pretty sure that's a Twilight Zone episode.
Oh wow.
It probably could be. It's a
Yeah.
pretty deep show. I'm always just trying to think of like really interesting like literary elements or tools or something that I would want to use if I ever write a story. I'm always just thinking about like, oh yeah, if I ever write a story someday, I totally want to involve something like that because it's just such like a badass topic. It's like, oh, that's too good to pass up on.
You should do it, honestly. I mean, you have good ideas, honestly. Like they're interesting. Like I think that's the most important thing for a writer is not so much. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, you have to also know how to tell a story too, obviously. But like I think
Right.
interesting ideas is definitely a huge part of it because that gets people's attentions. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's definitely consider it. Yeah, like right, maybe right. Yeah.
I've thought about just like sitting down or using the internet and listing out the 100 favorite like episodes of television shows or the 100 like best movies in my opinion I've ever watched, and then like comparing all of them to see like their similarities and making a list of uh every shared like common thing that happens more than once that
Hmm.
happens in each of my favorite 100 stories. And then I would have like a really good like foundation to work off of, where it's like if I wanted to make an amazing story, I would want to include as many of these things that all of my favorite stories also include, you know?
Hmm.
And then of course I'd put my own twist on just tying each of these things together in my own particular fashion. That's how I want to, utilize them in whatever order. Just in the attempt, like there's just the hypothetical ideas like there's for my particular taste, maybe some AI could make it if it understood all of my like psychology and stuff, and like
Hmm.
Chat GPT was advanced to this level, and I could approach it and I'd say, write write the story, or make the show or write the story that is tailored to my enjoyment, to where you give me the story I would have the best time reading or
Hmm.
the best time watching. But instead of asking ChatGPT to do that for me, I'm kind of like asking myself. It's like, what would be the best story that I would ever hope to read myself, and could I make that for myself if I tried?
Hmm.
If no one else is gonna give it to me, could I provide that thing for myself? What's my idea of the best story ever made to fit my likings? Well, there'd definitely be like a bunch of fucking character growth and like a love triangle, and a fucking crazy plot twist out of nowhere, and then the good guy loses, and then there's a
Hmm.
redemption and a fucking bad guy turned good who's fucking becomes a wanderer on the face of the earth who understands that he'll never make up for the crimes he committed, but he dedicates the rest of his life to doing the most he can for everyone because he realized the fault in his way, and yada yada yada, right? And then it's like tied all together with a nice bow on top. Like what would that be? Maybe an AI will be developed someday that could provide that for me. Or maybe I'll make it for myself and maybe other people will enjoy it if I do. And I'll become a top selling author. And it'll be turned into a Netflix show. Why do you think anyone writes this? You said you like you said you're trying to like write fictional stories, right, Arma?
Hmm.
Can I ask you why?
I guess it's
You
just
try
fun.
like you trying to get rich? You trying to make a story to get rich someday off of? Is that
I
your
mean,
motivation?
it's not so much about getting rich, although I think that getting rich off of it would be a nice like way of like definitively saying like I made it. Like this is something people really like. It's a nice
Okay.
indicator. But no, personally, I don't care if I get rich. It's mainly just whether or not people actually see it or not. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest thing. But yeah,
You just want to
get
express yourself, huh?
yeah. It's because it's fun. I mean, and the thing is, I also make these stories for myself too because it's interesting ideas to just sort of like explore and whatnot. I think it would be nice though to get money off of it because then you could do more of it, right? If you're getting paid
Right.
right for what you love doing, you can keep doing it, right? Because you can pay the bills and all that shit, and then okay, and we do another story and then get paid for that. All right, another one and another one. That's sort of like the
Hell
dream.
yeah.
Hmm.
So, have you ever completed a story so far, or are you working on your first one?
I have a bunch of story ideas. And most.
Ideas, but I mean like completed stories.
Oh well, okay. I mean, I do have one that's practically completed. Like I've gotten to the end, but there's always like little details, like stuff that like the stuff to like flesh out the characters more that I haven't done yet. Like the basic like notes are there basically. Like I know what I want to happen. I know how I want it to end, but there's still like stuff in between where I'm like, okay, I definitely need to like, you know, write more for that character because at the end of the day, it's a story. So you need like arcs and whatnot. The characters need to develop. You need like drama. Here and there. Like you need to flesh it out more. So
You
that's kind
want
of where
to
my
tell us
stories
about it?
were. Oh, my stories. I mean, I have a few, but I mean,
Oh, that one, the one that you have most completed. You want to tell me about it?
I can give you like the basic notes for it. Like
Oh
basically,
yeah.
it's just well, it's tricky. It's a lot of it is don't laugh or whatever because I mean obviously I'm a baller, but
Oh no.
a lot of it is
I mean,
space
unless it's
related.
about furries, I won't laugh.
No, it's not about for, but a lot of it is space related. There is a bit of like down to earth stuff too, obviously. But I don't know. It's a lot of my stories are very philosophical too. So like this story is about like power. It's very power heavy. Like, you know, like what is it? What's the
Okay.
purpose of power? Like, why do people have power? Um, like what is
Tell
that?
me about it, man.
Okay. So I mean, because once again, I'm pretty sure no one wants to
Well,
hear about this for a good while.
well,
So I mean, uh,
let's take a poll. Let's take a poll right now because, um, hey, anyone want us to go into a separate room to talk about Arma's story?
I'll give you the summary. Like, this is a quick like rundown. So it's like okay, because I mean, like at the end of the day, my stories are very usually philosophical. But yeah, I'll give a quick rundown. But I don't know if I'll go
Yeah.
into detail though.
And no objections. Lay it on me, man.
Okay. So like the short of it is, yeah, there's hold on. Okay, yeah, there's this whole thing where you have like normal human characters and whatnot, alien characters, whatever, and then you have like a sort of like godly race as usual with a lot of these stories, whatever. Um, but basically the godly race, whatever, at least one of them is sort of playing like the devil almost, where they're sort of like giving humans and aliens the powers and whatnot, causing chaos right throughout the universe, whatever. And so that's sort of their plan. The one godly do whatever. Once again, I'm not trying to go too into depth or
Yeah.
whatever. But that's sort of his whole motive, whatever. And you find out, here's the thing with the way I do storytelling. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. It's probably a bad thing, but I love to like go too into depth where even like the universe is explained. Like I really world build. You know what I'm saying? Like I really go into like
Yeah.
everything. But like yeah, basically you find out basically like most of the plot of the story is because of the one godly guy who pretty much set everything into motion. Basically, like his whole goal is chaos. Basically,
Mm.
and there's like that whole thing because I think I've explained it before in these chats. Like I'm very like like space, because I'm a baller or whatever. But also there's
Mhm.
also I've said it before. There's the whole multiverse theory potentially. I'm not saying it is a thing, but there's always that argument, and that argument is because you would need chaos or something. You would need some kind of like chaotic force or something that's you know unexplainable, just doing everything, whatever. And that's sort of kind of a role that sort of plays a role in this, where chaos is a really huge factor. It's and it's weird though. I'm like I said, I'm still trying to develop stuff for it though, but like just the main takeaway from this is chaos. All right, it's this one
Yeah.
being that sort of is the embodiment of chaos almost, pretty much. And yeah, and once again his whole thing is give you power or whatever. And his ultimate goal is to like humble like mortals too, like any mortal, alien or human, whatever. When they get this power, right, they try to make themselves like gods, towards the end, right? Like they get power hungry, whatever. And his whole thing is to humble you at the end, pretty much, like knock you down a peg, whatever. And then so it's like I said, I love like philosophical shit like this or whatever, and a lot of my stories do that. I also have like another story where it's like a futuristic like sci-fi thing with like AI and all that, because that needs to be touched upon, because AI is getting crazy right now. You can only imagine how crazy it'll get in the future.
Sure is.
So I have a story about that and a few others though, but yeah, I don't know. It's just fun. For me, it's because I love philosophy, so writing about it is
Mhm.
it's really fun. But
That's
yeah.
awesome, man. I tell you what, this AI stuff is also like freaking me out, honestly.
Yeah. Me especially, because at least in terms of art, because right now I'm sort of like, I do a bit of like right now I'm doing storyboards for like an animation thing, right? And I'm getting paid for that. But once AI becomes like a real big thing, like that's gonna take a lot of jobs away from like a lot of like, people like, like
Yeah.
storyboarding or whatever. So, that kind of sucks. Um it's fine though if you're like it's good for indie developers though, right? So if you want to be like, if you want to write like a comic or something or a story, whatever, right? Then the AI will help you out with that. But in terms of working with like a company, whatever, that's gonna kind of die because companies aren't gonna really need you anymore. They're gonna be like, okay, let's just hire an AI, which is free. So you know, in some ways it's good,
Yep.
in some ways it's kind of I don't know. I'm mixed on it.
Absolutely, dude. No, I totally understand. Uh, it's just all technology is a double-edged blade, you know, like
Hmm.
nuclear power versus nuclear bombs, and a knife used to prepare a meal versus a knife used to impale someone,
Hmm.
all these tools and technologies, they're all double-edged blades. So I feel you there. And it takes the artist, it really does take the artist to like enter into a shamanic state and go into a sort of visionary state and then come back from that and like deliver what he sees or she sees in like a story form to
Hmm.
provide a sort of vision of the future to everyone else, to sort of tell you where things are heading and how to like brace yourselves for the impact. You know,
Hmm.
I'll tell you what though, as many movies have been made about AI and stuff like that, uh, the way it's developing in the world right now, I didn't expect it. like in these areas, like art generators, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect like Chat GPT and like Dolly or Midjourney or whatever the art generator ones. I really like I don't know if anyone saw those two specific like types like as being like the first steps as they seem to be.
Mm-hmm.
I like none of the Hollywood movies ever prepared me for these like first like steps in that direction, you know, because everyone seems to be really caught off guard by the developments happening now, you
Mm-hmm.
know? It's like it's developing in such an interesting way because I don't know, like all the movies that like touch on AI, it's sort of just like, oh, life is normal, and then all of a sudden it's there and like chaos ensues. But the way things happen in real life is it happens like little by little, year after year, you know, and it
Mm-hmm.
slowly gets there in these really like unpredictable steps. And no one ever imagined that the first person to be made obsolete in their career by AI is the artist or the writer, or you know what I mean? It's like
Mm-hmm.
no one expected those to be the first people put out of the job by AI, but that's the way it seems to be unfolding,
Yeah,
interestingly enough.
exactly. Like obviously it's obvious that it could like you like when I was looking back at it, like when I was like, okay, in the future, AI will, robots will take over stuff, right? Like I knew that they could take over like artistic jobs and whatnot. Because in my story, once again, not to go on about this, but
Oh yeah, totally.
in my story, basically they avoid that. They strictly avoid having like the art. The robots could do it, but they literally have them don't do that, right? So they can, so humans can still have like a purpose kind of thing, like a creative kind of purpose, whatever. But
Yeah.
no, we totally in real life though, we totally just didn't even try to avoid that at all. We just said fuck it. But yeah, I don't know. I just thought we would try to avoid that or something. And I hope maybe in the future, I don't know, that maybe something is like I don't know. Like I'm sure we could figure out something, whatever. But like as of right now, though, it just seems kind of like, ugh, we got to make sure we like at least figure something out in the future because if we don't figure out something, then a lot of jobs are going to be like taken, and it's like like something has to be figured out at least. At least maybe like because what's going to happen is we're going to need some kind of like universal what is it called? Is it universal like pay or whatever? But we're going to have to get some kind of like you know
Oh yeah,
some way
universal
to get
basic
paid.
income,
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, we're gonna need something because like if they take all the
UBI.
jobs, then what happens? What like we just like what we just die out, unless that's the plan. But I don't know. I'm just
Yeah, man,
yeah.
the crazy part about it that a lot of people aren't taking so seriously, or that a lot of people don't even know about, is the rate of progress happening right now. Like it's I'm sure you know a little bit, like it's really advancing at an unprecedented pace, you
Hmm.
know? And it's sort of like the whole what do they called it like the whole agreement they made to like take a break, right? I think they call it like a moratorium, something like that. And you heard about this, right? All these companies.
Go on. I'm not exactly sure.
So like Chat GPT-4 came out and a bunch of companies all like came together. In fact, it's really funny because the news goes that all of these companies besides OpenAI, the ones that own ChatGPT, all the other companies said, let's make sure that none of us make anything more advanced than ChatGPT 4 in the next 6 months. Like they all came together and agreed to cap themselves at that limit because if anyone like advances it past that point, they all were saying that we're not sure we'll have the right like safety nets in place
Yeah.
for unleashing this technology onto the public because there's already stories of like someone using like fake like AI like voices where like there's already like voice like phone calls taking place where like a son calls his mother and he's like, I'm in the hospital, I need you to Venmo me like $4,000 for my bills like
Oh,
immediately or whatever, right? And it
yeah.
wasn't even his voice, right?
Oh, jeez.
It's just right, and so there's all sorts of like scams and scandals that could potentially take place, when this technology is just put in the hands of the public, and there's all sorts of criminals who would like to take advantage of this technology, and so, the news goes that, like I said, uh, all these companies were like, if we produce something more advanced than Chat GPT-4, we don't really understand the side effects that
Hmm.
might happen because of that. So they all agreed to like take a break from advancing AI stuff like that, past the point that we've currently reached, just so they can take a little while to think about how to handle what is coming down the pipeline. But the funny thing about it is that all the other companies agreed to not advance besides OpenAI. They were the only ones who didn't agree. And so it's really kind of pointless because it really boils down to um, all of these like second place and third place and fourth place, companies
Hmm.
agreeing that they won't develop anything past where first place is in. But the whole thing is that the first place people are the ones who didn't agree to stop progress.
Oh, that's great.
So it's kind of this pointless. Like their whole like agreement that they're making is kind of pointless because the person who actually or the the entity that has the potential to make the next move and develop further is the only one who agreed that they wouldn't, or the only one who didn't agree that they wouldn't continue advancing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a pointless unanimous agreement. Uh, it's almost like it's almost like all the other companies were begging OpenAI to just like stop so that they can catch up. And OpenAI is like, oh, fuck you guys. I'm not waiting up for you so that we can all be on the same page. I'm gonna blaze a trail,
Hmm.
haphazardly. And so yeah, ultimately it seems like a pretty it was like a big news story, but ultimately it's pretty pointless at the end of the day. And they're gonna go ahead and do whatever they want regardless of anyone else's opinion. And uh but the fact that people were even making this, like having this conversation about like taking a respite and like thinking things through, just
Hmm.
shows that like no one is like ultimately prepared for this yet. Like we're kind of playing with fire here,
Yeah.
and we really don't understand maybe the unintended consequences of what we might unleash here, which is, what a crazy time to be alive.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, it's terrifying, honestly. It's also, you can be hopeful about it, you can be really optimistic about it, but it's at the same time, it's actually incredibly terrifying. And I feel like something's coming. I feel like something big is coming pretty soon. Do you have that same feeling?
A little bit, a little bit. Definitely, like this can go south really fast if not handled properly.
Could it though? Like like I also ask myself like what could even happen really? You know what I mean? Like to be like a anti-doomer. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like say things get, say like AI gets super advanced or whatever. Like what are we even afraid of? Some sort of rogue AI hacking into like the fucking missile system and launching a bunch of nukes or something, like, honestly, like what's the worst that could happen if we like make too advanced of an AI? A bunch of like prank phone calls occur, a couple of scams where people like voluntarily, Venmo some money to some whatever, you know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
I mean, honestly, what's the worst that could happen? I don't really know. What are we all afraid of?
I guess it's just the unknown that's sort of scary because there's a lot of potential. You know what I'm saying? We don't really. I don't know. The
Wh-
I
What
guess.
what what harmful potential could you imagine?
Um.
Like I said, like you think some sort of AI is gonna like hack into the Pentagon or something and launch a bunch of missiles or like really like what's gonna happen? What's the big deal?
I mean, I guess you do make a good point. I guess it is more of just like, I mean, I don't know though. I mean, I might have to also think about it though. But yeah, I mean, as of right now, from like like point blank, whatever, it doesn't really seem like anything crazy can happen. But who knows
How
though? Maybe.
could it?
Hmm.
I guess the real question is um what would someone with nefarious intentions, like AI, it's a tool at this point, right?
Hmm.
And of course, like you don't want to put a powerful tool into the wrong hands. So I guess the real like immediate concern is like we don't want to create such a powerful tool and for it to end up in the wrong hands because what could someone with malicious intent do with AI?
Hmm.
Some like how could AI serve the purposes of someone who say wants to kill everyone, you
Hmm.
know? But I mean, if there is someone out there, and I'm sure there are, who wants to end human existence, how could they use AI to do that?
That's kind of a good point. Yeah, I don't know actually. I guess. Hmm. I
Like
guess.
what's like
I guess it would
yeah
be the nuke
I
thing. I guess. I don't know. Like they
yeah
have to find.
hack into some shit or maybe if AI gets too advanced, it can give anyone the ability to build a nuclear bomb, where like little Johnny can
Hmm.
just like get a step-by-step blueprint and a like a tutorial from ChatGPT 7 on how to build a you know some like a bioweapon in his garage, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that would suck. That'd be horrible.
I do wish some of these people who are so concerned gave like some specific examples of what they're so afraid is going to happen.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. No, a lot of them I don't think do give examples, but you did give a good one though. Like if someone had access to like make like a bioweapon or something just like horrible, like yeah, that could spell disaster. Like that could really that'd be fucked, you know? Because
Yeah, I
like
guess bioweapons would be the thing. If I
yeah.
don't know. Other than that, it just seems like pretty small scale scams.
Hmm.
There's, well, I don't know. Like, I mean, let's say any teenager with some sort of AI has the ability to make like a photorealistic, super authentic looking like a YouTube video where like Biden comes out and he makes some sort of like announcement like China's attacking us, hide in your basements, like
Hmm.
or do this or like that could be crazy because if it like we all have this sort of eye for it, right? Like at this point, you agree, right? Like you can kind of tell when it's like CGI versus a real camera.
Hmm.
It seems like that, right? But let's say in 2 years it becomes indistinguishable,
Oh yeah, because
right?
of AI and all that. Yeah.
Let's just say AI like you know text to video where you just type in give me a video of the president saying this, and it looks like indistinguishable, you know,
Hmm.
from an actual recording of the president saying this. I guess That could. I mean, like you've heard the whole story about like the War of the Worlds radio broadcast, right?
Yeah, that was the whole thing where it was like, oh, I mean, at least if I remember correctly, it's like, oh, the aliens are, they're attacking or whatever, and then everyone was like, oh shit, this is real, and then they find out like
Right.
towards the end or whatever, it's like, no, it was just a fucking like, a little story, someone telling a story though.
So I guess something like that could happen, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess you could also make the argument though, like in the future, when we have this technology, no one would take it seriously because they'd be like, okay, that's probably just a fake, and so in some ways, you could maybe even argue that maybe that would be a good thing because then, you know,
No one believes what they see on television anymore.
well, more of like I don't know, like the whole threat thing, like oh, the U.S. is threatened, whatever, or China's threatened, and like maybe it's like, well, shit, we don't even know what's like real and what's not, so it's like I don't know, like maybe no threat is
Mm,
taken seriously, or I don't know. I guess that could also be bad too. I don't know, but yeah,
yeah, yeah.
that is tricky though.
Everyone would become flat earthers and require like hands-on evidence of like at this point I really gotta be there to believe it. Like I gotta experience this shit myself
That's
in
actually
order
a
to
good
believe it
point.
in person.
That's a good point, actually.
Because once like any like I mean all sorts of conspiracy theorists or flat earthers whatever have like a super like exaggerated standard of evidence that they find acceptable. You know what I mean? Uh,
Hmm.
and it's like, but what you're talking about is like, what if everyone had that extremes like because I mean with AI, I mean that's what it kind of will result in when any like when any photograph or video and even can
Hmm.
be just like faked like indistinguishably from like real like photography or video or whatever, then everyone will have that same conspiracy theorist mindset where it's like I don't like I don't believe anything I see on video unless I can experience it myself. I'm not buying it, but I almost feel like that would I almost feel like that would result in a better world.
Maybe, maybe. I think that is potentially possible. Yeah.
Although it could go wrong too. It could go so sour.
Well, because you could also make the argument that now no one really trusts anyone. There's like no, like not even like between
Just
people, like the normal
extreme
people.
paranoia.
Yeah, because
Just
like because even the average, even the average Joe, could fucking deceive you with the AI and shit. So you could make the argument that like no one can be trusted. So yeah.
yeah, just all trust goes out the window.
Hmm.
Man, that'd be something. I mean, the thing is though, like a lot of people might be like, "Oh, Arma and Funny are just like bullshitting with each other," but like it's coming, guys. It's coming. It's coming really soon. Like we're not talking about some silly shit right now. We're honestly just having a conversation about something that's pretty much inevitable. This is it's coming, man. It really is. That I don't see any way that it doesn't reach this point. Like I'm calling it out right now. Like I give it like 5 years tops to the point where you can't tell if a video is CGI or real video photography.
Hmm.
5 years tops before every video is just worthless as a statement of evidence.
Wait. I feel like that's gonna make these debates a lot harder. Like really, really hard. I feel like in the future, man, that's gonna suck. Ooh.
I think on a lighter note, I think that something coming real soon is just like commerce, I think like you know how like computers were invented and now you have like self checkout lanes instead of having
Hmm.
to like check out with like a grocer or a clerk or whatever you want to call it, or
Yep.
a register attendee or whatever,
Cashier.
Uh, cashier. There you go. Thank you. Cashier. That's what I'm. Yeah, yeah. Now you can do the self checkout things, but then, with the whole ChatGPT thing in particular, I feel like there's going to be a whole like I know it's really shallow. I know it's really mundane of an example and super shallow, but I think that one thing coming very soon is a whole reworking of the whole like grocery shopping sort of system, you know
Mm-hmm.
how you check out with stuff. Like I know it's simple, but like I just think that's going to be one of the first things that happens, as well as other things. Even like doctors. Like I think when you go to the doctor, you like you might go to doctor's visits just or even do it inside of your own house or something, where like the whole profession of like being a nurse becomes obsolete.
Well,
It's like
you
no,
probably need you probably still need like a robot doctor though, because there's still some things that like, oh, okay, in terms of like surgery, obviously, but, but in terms, but like, I don't know. I guess that's a good point. Yeah, pretty much a lot of stuff will be obsolete, especially like doctors and stuff like that.
well, like just like a nurse saying like, "Hey, fill this paperwork out," and it's like an actual person who hands you this paper. And if you have questions, like it's important that a person is there to answer your questions. But now we have ChatGPT where it's like, you don't need a person to answer your questions. You have this computer that can answer your questions and like have a conversation with you and like walk
Mm-hmm.
you through. And it's like honestly, I mean, there's so many things that I've like, there's so many things that I've talked to ChatGPT with, where it's like, it has the patience. It's on my time. It, it it pays attention to every word I say. It understands me better than anyone else has ever understood me on on particular topics
Uh
where
huh.
I'm coming from. it's it's crazy how much it's just like ready to listen and give you like a personally tailored response, and it has all the time in the world to listen to you and uh and understand. It's yeah, it's just so many people are gonna be replaced soon. It just blows my mind.
Woo.
And then on a lighter note, I think that the realm of video games is gonna be really impacted, where video games are going to be like like how Minecraft is they call it procedurally generated terrain,
Yep.
where every world is unique and it like builds itself as you like explore it. I think that a lot of video games in the future, in the near future, are going to be like AI calibrated, procedurally generated like scenarios where
Mm-hmm.
like what happens next is tailored specifically to like the actions you've taken in that game thus far and the decisions you made specifically. The
Mm-hmm.
rest of the game will play out in some unique way that only you will experience. And your version of the next Zelda game will be a completely different adventure than someone else's.
That'd be pretty
Yeah.
nice.
I
That would
I mean
actually.
there's no reason it isn't coming very soon. Like it is like it's coming, man. Like it's inevitable. Like it's very obvious that thing like it's coming. There's no way it isn't.
Mm-hmm. Woo. Speaking of video games, I am actually playing one right now.
I can hear it.
Oh, you can
I
hear it, you
can hear
said?
I can hear your controller. What are you
Yeah.
playing, man?
It's a fighting game. It's an online fighting game. Once again, not to sound like not to sound like a weeb or anything, but it is an anime fight. Ah, fuck. It's an anime fighting game though, but it is fun though. I'm gonna tell you that. Also, this guy just fucking
Well,
taunted on me. Holy shit! All right, I'm gonna get them now.
What's it called?
It's called Kurtzpell. It's a weird fighting game, but it's fun though.
Okay. Is it like a health bar? Like deplete your opponent's health?
Yeah, it's basically shit. It's basically 2v2. You pretty much work to combo like the other teammates, whatever, and you also want to help your teammate out of a combo because it's already combo heavy. But like once again, because it's 2v2, it's not like an infinite combo kind of thing because you save your partner from that. So it's pretty fun.
Are you playing? Is your partner a real person?
Is that real? What now?
Is your partner on your team of two? Is it a real person?
Yeah. So you do have to
Okay.
depend on them though. So it's kind of if you get a bad partner, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, soon enough, your partner is going to be some sort of personally designed AI bot that covers your weaknesses.
Woo! I'm about to lose. Oh well.
It happens.
I'm about to lose. I'm about to lose.
I'm actually really impressed by like the the bots in video games nowadays. Like their ability to like if you want to play like just like say Super Smash Bros. Like you can fight online against a real person or you can fight against a bot and it's incredible,
Oh,
the
I
performance that the
lost.
bots can do in these games.
Mm-hmm.
As well as any other game. Like you can play like I mean it's been around for a long time, but even like first person shooter games, you can compete against a team of bots and they
Mm-hmm.
have some sort of like very simple AI guiding their behavior.
Exactly.
Like,
But not like
I
it's
guess
it's like it's simple AI. It's not like AI like the stuff that we actually have. Like when I say AI for video games, it's literally just a bunch of rules that the computer follows. Um but nowadays, yeah, games will start having legitimate like AI that with the neural networks and shit like that. I know there was a game recently built with an actual like AI where you could like talk to it with the mic, and it was like a mystery game, like a murder mystery game where you could talk to like the detective, or whatever, and he's like, "Oh yes, there's, there was like two bodies, whatever, and blah blah blah," and it was a it was a what was it called, proof of concept, whatever, but it was pretty neat though. You gotta check it out.
you've heard about the like the world championships of like games like chess or Go, right?
Yeah.
And how like humans just admit that they've built uh computers that can beat them like 99 times out of 100 in these games. Even like the best chess player in the world,
Uh
he
huh.
admits that he's no match against a computer now.
Yep.
Yeah, what a humiliating. Just, oh my God, it's just so fucking humiliating that we've designed computers that will beat us in chess every game, like hands down. Like you'll never beat it. It's just better than you.
Woo.
In my favorite fighting video game, Super Smash Bros, the highest level difficulty that you can set a bot to is level 9,
Yeah.
and I can beat level 9 computers, but I know that they cap the difficulty. I wish I like now that I've become so proficient at that game and I can easily beat any level 9 bot, I kind of wish that there was some sort of update where they would give me like a level 12 bot to fight against.
Yep. Oh shit! I got punched. God damn it! All right, okay, let me get the next flag. I'm right now playing Capture the Flag in this game, which is weird because it's a weird fighting game, but they have that. Woo!
That does sound weird.
Yeah, it's fun though. Weird but fun.
Let's see who's in the room. God, there's
I'd
still
I'd
so many
stream
people
it.
in the room.
Yeah, not a lot of people, but I would stream it. But for whatever reason, I can't stream this game without it like literally crashing my computer. I don't know what it is. I think it's Discord because I know Discord. It'll do that with certain games where it'll just destroy like your computer. Not, it doesn't destroy it, but like it'll literally like freeze your computer. It's really weird.
Mm.
But yeah.
The ghost in the machine. You don't want to make it angry. Oh man, I'll talk to you next time. I'm gonna head off.
Alrighty, you have a good one, man.
Peace.
I might have to mute my mic now because I'm just you guys hear my buttons and shit. Ah, crap. I mute my mic.
They're rolling my boulder. Poor guy. It's only a text troll.